morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, plan is to finish building out the basic system for figuring out what position bees need to go to. I'm basically building out the architecture for the way enemies would move in a bullet hell. Because I've kind of just decided that bees are bullet hell in this game. Like, we've got our basic vampire survivor style enemies that just walk at you. We've got some bosses, or a boss that has some more complex AI. Now, make a bullet hell. Yeah, when there's not too many on screen, it's not necessarily going to feel like you're playing a bullet hell. Like it'll just be part of the survivor-like genre. Pretty standard stuff. But as more appear on screen, it's going to become more and more clear. Oh, this is a bullet hell now, isn't it? There we go. All set. And per usual, do some startup. I'm going to... let's pray to the RNG gods to be kind. Let's not have any weird AI or enemy behavior hiccups. Let's not have me be dumb. Just gonna be, no. That's probably the hardest one. And maybe, if all of that cooperates, finally clear this mission. Honestly, at this point, I just want to successfully clear out all of the circling enemies in Phase 2. Because then, for repeat attempts, I'll just bring henchmen for that. Oh, I messed that up. But the game was forgiving. Woo! Why are you still targeting me? Opposed to anyone else. Not good. Why? Well, so much for that one. But I'll take a fast failure over long drawn out failure any day. Like, one of the goals in software testing is make sure you design your tests to fail as early as possible. Because if the test is going to fail, you want to spend as little time getting to that failure as possible. Since anything else that happens during that run is going to be pretty irrelevant. What? Garbage. The alternate philosophy on test construction is to build your tests in such a way that they can find all failure points in a workflow without being interrupted. The idea then being, especially for automated tests, well, it runs through and you get all of your failures at once, and you don't need to rerun your tests after you fix the first failure that occurs. My general opinion of that approach is it's inferior solely because if one failure occurs in a test, it's more and more likely that that is going to cause other failures, and so the later failures in a test flow aren't going to be reliable things to look into anyway. Okay, phase 1 done. I'm gonna try to not wait for the full cycle. Okay. All right. Was able to take out both of those groups first time through. Awesome. Now I need to think about where all the positions are. I think this is the group I take out next. Yes. I'm not going to have a choice on when to engage, am I? All right. So, Herald of Nightmares, Reign of Terror, I think is the next. Specifically this one. Yes. And I'm left with those two groups. Figuring out the order on this is weird. But this is definitely the smoothest this part has gone. That said, I haven't engaged the scariest groups yet. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Please leave. Thank you. Dude, what the heck? Right. Well, that went as good as I could have possibly hoped for. Yeah, no, that was absolutely ideal. Then if I can take out this group without dying, I'm kind of home free. Varesh is freaking out, probably because these spirits are so far forward. Well, that's not great. What? So what happened there is Varesh decided to just chill with the spirits doing more damage. And if that, like, she's supposed to leash away and just decided not to. And there's nothing I can really do about that. The thing that could have maybe saved it is if I had summoned spirits from from the factions campaign. We can get Pain to tank for now. I need to split. Oh, that did not last long. Need those guys split up. Please. Thank you. Much better. Close. Dunzo. Whoa, 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 no, 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 no. Okay. Sure, game. Sure. Didn't want to have to wait for a full cycle, so... Moved too quick, got myself dead. It happens. Bro. Dang it. You know, with the way things are positioned, this is just bad all around. Oh no. I'm really not ready for this part. Yeah, no, timer. Can't pay attention to you right now. Dude. I can't pay attention to your timer. Okay, somehow that worked out. Somehow. And I think with enough time to engage this group. Where is... Oh, they put a spirit right there. Worst spot for me. Come on. Great. Find them. Pain. Song. Buff. Please work. I don't want to get in this weird infinite loop. Okay, we're in the right spot to be able to take him out. Guys, stop missing. No! Oh, this place is garbage. This enemy specifically is garbage. Pain. Of course, there's a new spirit up, or a Zephyr spirit. Pain, that. Please, 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 stop missing. Stop. No, this is garbage. This is insanely garbage. There's just nothing I can do. Yeah, no, I'm dead. Oh, that's so stupid. There were 3 of them at the end. They can just infinitely duplicate themselves. That's so stupid. And it's totally RNG based because of lightning reflexes. Because they'll throw up their lightning reflexes, and if they do that right before they start the duplication skill, like, every hit has a 75% chance to miss. Also, they have Quickening Zephyr, so what's supposed to be a 5-second cast time, I'm pretty sure is reduced to like 3 seconds. Let me see that real quick. How nasty is this combo? Quickening Zephyr, Call to Torment, Lightning Reflex. So, Call to the Torment, how it's supposed to work is you have 5 seconds where the target is taking double damage, and so you're supposed to kill them in those 5 seconds, which is a pretty easy ask for almost any class. 5 seconds is a lot of time. However, for what's probably 11 seconds, 75% chance to block. And you attack 33% faster, but that part's irrelevant for what we're talking about. Then, let's see. Okay, so this does not increase cast speed, luckily. So what is causing... Because that did not feel like 5 seconds. Or maybe it's just because I'm in the heat of the moment. I can't measure the time accurately. That's gotta be it. But either way, having, like, reducing my damage by 75% with the doubling, let's call it 50%. So my damage is cut in half, and then I have to hope I can still kill the enemy in that time frame. That's... yeah. I guess the other thing hurting it is Troll Ungent, which is just a big chunk of regen. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. This is something I wanted to look at later. This stuff is a bit too chibi for what I need. Only one that I do need to check real quick. This one could maybe be something. Maybe. That's oh. All right. So the next piece is I need to make a lever scene. See, that's it. set the length, move the endpoint out in the X direction by that amount. Do I put an angle? Ah, that's already exposed. So is there anything else I need here? Suppose I'll need this. Actually, let's change this a little bit. Want this private. Then it. Yeah, I can't actually make those properties read-only, though I'd like to. Can I do something to make them immutable? No. Nope. But it kind of hints that you should not edit the location. Suppose one way to I could do like a dummy in. I'd do that. All right. Okay, so now, whenever you try to get the endpoint, I'm going to hand you the dummy, so you can try to edit that all you want, and it will get edited, but the next time you try to grab the endpoint, I reset its position on you. That's the closest I can get to making those properties immutable. Or more accurately, closest I can get to making them private. Because at the end of the day, I need to return a node 2D. And there's not a whole lot else I can do about that. Okay. That should be good. Here is where I will add levers. Do I want to tie this on the Hives? So do I want to sync up attacking and spawning? I think not. my next step? Probably store a reference to the levers. Okay, so whenever we spawn a bee, if spawn queue has anything in it, start the spawn delay. Probably gonna hook right back into spawn bee. Probably. Alternatively, what if I just have all the levers set up to begin with? That would eliminate all the instantiating later. Now, what data structure do I want for this? I guess just arrays. Actually, I probably shouldn't even put it here. What I should probably do is set it up. And I shouldn't even set this up this way. Put them here ahead of time. Right, it's not, that's not a real thing. Or it's only like a partial class if I do that. Okay. Okay. I have my array set up. Weird happens and parent doesn't exist, fail out. Got it. I think the engine takes care of that for me, but this is a weird scene anyway. Collections. Yeah. Good. This is actually one instance where enemy pooling would be a pretty decent idea. But that's something that I haven't put enough thought into. The idea here being that the beehive would always have 15 bees. Like, regardless of what's on screen, 15 exist. And whenever a bee, quote, dies, I would just remove it from the scene tree and place it, but keep a reference to it in my arrays. And so whenever I need to spawn a new bee, I just respawn the existing one. That would be the idea. But not right now. Also, is it a good idea to instantiate so many bees at once? So, best practice when creating hot tubs. Because it's instantiated and added children, added child, always rendered per dross call. Anything inside that just be not performing, not improving performance by much. Let's look into how to do multi-threaded or background thread loading. Go to background. Threads allow some code. Yeah. Huh? accessing objects or data. Supported, read the thread-safe API's documentation to understand which thread access. Processing your own data or calling your own functions as a rule. Try to avoid accessing the same data directly from different. They're running the synchronization problem. It is not always updated. Course. This is submit something onto a thread, get the result back, and that's it. Sometimes you want a thread to work on demand, and tell it work, let it suspend when it's doing anything. This semaphore. Wait. Thread to suspend it and try. Mutexes. Access. No, I don't need that. Even if function turned already, the thread must collect it. Call thread, wait until the thread is done. Properly display. Creating threads is a slow operation, especially on Windows. To avoid unnecessary performance overhead, make sure to create threads before heavy processing is instead of creating threads just in time. For example, if you need threads during gameplay, you create threads while the level is loading, and only actually start processing with them later. Locking and unlocking of mutexes can also be an expensive operation. Locking should be done carefully. Avoid locking often. What do I have access to? Returns true. Thread has been started. Once started, this will return true until it is joined using wait to finish. Checking if a thread is still task 5. Then joins the thread and waits for it to finish. Returns the output of the call will pass through part. Either be used when you want to retrieve the value returned from the method called by thread, or before freeing the instance that contains the thread. Determine if this can be called without blocking the thread. Alive is. Oh, right. I should just be using a resource loader for this, shouldn't I? In which case, I can use my promise structure for this. Remember how I made this thing work. How am I using late? Load response. Right. So this is when I don't even want to queue up loading yet. So I would not be a lazy. Then we just grab result whenever we need. Okay. While I was using that for sprites, this technically works for anything that's a resource, which means it works for loading anything on disk. Cool! I'm glad I planned ahead on that. By some miracle. So, instead of doing that, wait, what are those? But that doesn't actually instantiate things, does it? That's just loading. So that's a resource promise. I need a new thing called a scene promise. I think. Let's try without it. And we'll see if I notice any performance problems. If they're not entering the scene tree, it may be fine. Yeah, it may be okay. Suppose what I should do is try adding something like 100 bees to a beehive. Just see what the result is. Yep. Better levers. Okay, so that needs the lever set to operate on. I think that's all I need. So I need bee count. +1. Then set other positions. Inner lever. And the amount is going to be the minimum of the count. And max inner B. Then if count do that max these, set lever positions, outer levers, a minimum of B count, minus max inner and max This is garbage. Actually, if I'm already like preloading the number of levers, I have that. Okay, got it. Okay. So potentially I'm using a bunch of data I don't need here, but I think it's fine. I could make them static, make it a little more efficient. Probably not worth it. Like, my initial load time is already long enough, and I'm gonna have to spend some time later on to figure out how to reduce that. Yep, that's interesting. So, Rumble's a little unhappy today, but nothing like yesterday. Get it. I don't get it. Like, right now it's the normal unhappy, not big problem unhappy. Like, I'm losing less than, what, 1 frame a second? Now I'm probably at 30 FPS, so I'm losing less, about 1 frame every 3 seconds, it looks like. Which, honestly, is fine. Yeah, I'm at 30 FPS. There it is. Okay, so we're setting lever positions, and I'll populate that later. After I set the positions, these.append EQ up front. So we're ready to spawn a... Oh wait, I shouldn't do it that way. What else do I have? I need to make a change here. And I also need to look at enemy spawner. Because now I have new things that are going to be trying to spawn enemies. If we are at the spawn limit, and this is not a priority spawn, get out of here. Since I'm doing this, I'm doing this here, I might just move the enemy limit. Anyway, that's good. Good. Oh. That's not what I wanted. So if we are at the spawn limit, then just loop. We'll just loop continually. I think I need a helper function as well for something I'm going to need later. So the enemy container says, hey, there's no more enemies left. But that doesn't account for enemies that have yet to be spawned from here. Maybe the beehive should register themselves somewhere. Yeah, probably. Oh. Doesn't work, does it? I'd need a new data type for this. Sure, that's garbage now. I'm almost positive this isn't used anymore. I'll make a note of that to remove that once we're done with all this stuff. Okay. Me spawner for you. Orchestrator bait. Hold up. Oh. Just a nice notice telling me that they're going to be dumping a whole bunch of chlorine in my drinking water. Well, thank you. I need a new name for this. think I'll call this something like Spawn Hive. Yep, so if I have anything in the future, like right now I have a bee hive that handles spawning and stuffs. In the future I could have like demon hive or bat hive or whatever the thing is that can spawn enemies. Actually call it this. A hive spawner also sounds like it's something that spawns hives, which is not true. Good enough. Or I just call it a hive. Good enough. Last name. It will have position, so node 2D is probably better. Okay. Let's go to the beehive again. Wherever I put you. Where did I put? Ah, I closed. quick. That's gonna just be an error code. Yes. That. Throw error, log error. Probably part of the push error. Function must be overridden. All implementing. There we go. Now, build this out the way it needs to be. So, all right, so whenever a child exits the scene tree, check to see if this is the final enemy that we know about. If it is, check all the registered hives to see if any of them are about to spawn something. And by the way, this pattern I'm using for spawn hive, this is effectively how interfaces are supposed to be. Like it's a hacky way to do it because Godot doesn't have interfaces. But the idea here is I want a method or function that isn't supposed to ever be run as is. It's just supposed to be a contract to say, hey, if you are this type of thing, you must have a function that does it. I guess I should have another function. Enemy container. So there are no enemies on screen, but there are enemies hiding in the spawn cube. So go ahead and force a spawn event on. If you've eliminated all enemies, should I force one spawn to occur, or force all active hives to spawn something? I guess one is enough. Otherwise, I could get into a weird situation where if I have a whole bunch of spawners that are supposed to spawn infrequently, then you kill them, all the enemies, then it spawns way, way, way more than if it were naturally spawning them. I think this works. Okay, back to the beehive. Finally. Okay, so I have overridden that. Let me check something. That would have been too easy. Huh? File error must use spawn interval instead of self-death. Okay. I guess that maybe makes sense. Because setters are like a direct tie-in to property. Whereas accessing self is trying to come from almost like an external access. Sorta, kinda. And setters are specifically there to prevent external access, so if you're internal and trying to... Yeah, anyway. Okay, so if we need to forcibly spawn, got that. Is there any reason to have this as a separate? I don't think so. Yeah, let's change that. What did I do wrong? Why is it not happy? What do you mean? Cat? I am so confused. Maybe there's an error elsewhere? Huh. Why? Oh, because I'm dumb. That's why. Okay. Give me a minute, guys. I got a BRB. Hello, chat. Also, hello, Still Needs Work. When did you get here? And let's take a short break. Just now? Well, then before I take a break, let me describe to you something very, very useful. So, are you familiar with the concept of an interface in programming? Let's start there. Yes, excellent. Then you may or may not be aware that interfaces do not exist in GDScript at all. And you may find in other languages you don't have interfaces. And as you know, interfaces super useful, so that for being able to ensure you have access to stuff. It's a pretty fundamental part of typing in modern languages. So, how have I accomplished an interface when I don't have interfaces? Well, I hacked something together today. Actually, just before you got here. This! I have my contracts in the form of functions that just print errors. That's all they do. Like, if these functions are ever called, and so this is probably more analogous to an abstract class than an interface, but because an interface I could apply to something that also inherits from something else. So it's more accurate to say this is an abstract class. Or at least the GDScript analog of an abstract class. But now I can extend spawn hive to any number of different classes that I might care about. And whenever I need to consume something as a spawn hive, no matter which one it is, have access to this type. Ta-da! A hacky way to get a similar result. Now, normally you would want that to flag as a compile error. I wonder if there's a way so nah, I can almost guarantee there's not a way, because that would be kind of silly. I was asking, is there a way to have a line of code that if your app starts running, it blows up as a compile error? Or like, if you're compiling your code, it blows up as a compile error, but it doesn't show as a compile error in the editor. Like, the use cases where you would want that are like what I'm doing now, where you should just implement these features in the language. Anyway. There we go. Lesson over. Now let's go scream at the cosmos. Because Lord knows this is gonna go just so smoothly. Please attack, Spirit. Thank you. Okay, cross vortex, that's fine. Plugins cannot add that kind of thing to Godot. You would have, like, that has to be built in the C++ side when you compile Godot, the Godot engine. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh, that was pain, not blitzing. Yep. So remember, interfaces are part of the language. They are not a class. So in order to add it, you need to add that feature to the language itself. Oops. Uh-oh. Have I made a mistake? Or is this going to work out? Oh no, why is Varesh here? Get out of here! That's bad. No, I'm dead. So dead. Why? Dude, what the heck? Sam Altman's take on AI. First, I need to know who Sam Altman is. Who dat? Ah, CEO of OpenAI. No, I haven't heard, because honestly, there's not a whole lot that I care to hear from the people in charge of AI lately. But what's his hot take today? Or lately? Go. Why is it spelled so not right? Oh, nope, nope, nope. Bad, 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 bad. Oh, garbage. What do I... There's nothing I can do. After the current time of Altman talking. Pretty bad. Alright, we can take a brief look. Alright, what's he got to say? OpenAI's evil statement ends in mass revolt. Oh my.
Evil these companies and executives can be. Check this out.
One of the things that is
Thank you, Yong. Yeah? I don't know how to say that.
always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to
Hold on.
is always unfair.
These companies and executives can be. Check this out.
One of the things that is
Make this a little louder for me, at least.
always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. And not only that, it took like the very widespread evolution of the 100 billion people that have ever lived and learned not to get eaten by predators and learned how to like figure out science and whatever to produce you, and then you took whatever you took. So the fair comparison.
Okay. I mean, the suggestion that training an AI model is the equivalent of thousands or how many years of evolution and societal growth and development have we had? Let's see. I don't remember how to spell that, but there we go. So when was this thing around? Early Pleistocene, which would win? What? I don't understand. What are these units? Okay, so suggesting that this is the equivalent of millions of years of development, because remember, this goes back to before humans even existed. Cultures were developing, like Neanderthals had cultures, and prior species had cultures. And so he's kind of suggesting those millions of years of development are the same as training an AI, which is just not accurate. The analogy he was making of training someone as in feeding them and putting them through school, that's more accurate. Like the technological equivalent of these millions of years of development is the equivalent of inventing the circuit board or inventing the circuit, right?
Is if you ask ChatGPT a question, how much energy does it take once its model is trained to answer that question versus a human? And probably AI has already caught up on an energy efficiency basis measured that way.
Well, I would agree if the information provided by ChatGPT was accurate.
Like, this really actually genuinely pisses me off. The
Why?
way he talks about human beings as currency.
Yeah, that's the modern global dynamic and viewpoint. I don't see, like, sure, it may feel awkward, but that is how most people view people in modern day. Like, and from the perspective of a company, like, you're not running a charity, right? So I don't know. I'm not put off by that. Still needs work. Is there more that he says, or was that the thing? Like, do I need to continue this, or was that the line?
Like we're missing the whole plot of like us being on this freaking planet.
Sam is arguing that AI should have the energy while people should go without. I did not get that from what he said so far.
This is nothing new. This is how executives view everyone who they deem underneath them, right?
Yeah, that's not what he said there. He was talking about people making the energy comparison, talking about how much effort it is to use AI versus training someone. Like that's all he said. He wasn't saying that one deserves more. There was no moral prescription there.
In a whole anthropology where humans are basically inefficient meat computers that you have.
Now this
everyone gets to
sounds more
drinking
relevant.
water. Every environment where we're is use he is
whose tweet is this?
Thinking about. Here's another top comment that puts it aptly. He's not just defending.
Hold on. View of anthropology where humans are basically inefficient meat computers that you have to pour food and years into before they become useful, and once you accept that, the next move is obvious. People are just costly biological training units, then turning mountains of electricity. Build synthetic intelligence starts to not only equal but superior. I mean, I don't believe that's what he said. Like, that's not how I parse the things he said there. I think this is an extremely uncharitable interpretation of what he said and eating more into it. Sam is getting criticized for the amount of power that AI is needing. So this is his response to this. So right, because he's the CEO of OpenAI. And so he's going to be advocating for things that continue his company existing and being profitable. But he in no way made a moral prescription that energy should be taken away from people and given to AI data centers. He never said that. He said that the balance of cost effectiveness for investment favors AI. If you want to extrapolate that from in your worldview to imply that it is worth taking things from people to give to AI centers, that's your choice to parse that way. I would, if anything, I would argue the people interpreting what he said this way, this says more about how they view the world than how he views the world. Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't view the world that way. I'm only saying that he didn't say that here. Like, maybe he's a horrible piece of doo-doo. Maybe. But I can't ascertain that from just what he's said here. He is looking at, like, he's being posed a question about the cost effectiveness of AIs. That's what's being posed to him. Like, is it worth the energy cost? And he's explaining, okay, if we're just talking energy cost, well, let's talk true energy cost. Like, it's not equivalent to say, okay, we have a fully trained person providing information versus an AI that needs to be trained and built. He's saying that's not equivalent. You need to take into account the time that was necessary to build the human that could answer that question. Which I agree. If you're going to try and judge whether or not AI on the basis of energy efficiency should be dropped as a technology globally, you have to use a fair comparison there. And that's what he posed what the fair comparison is, and he's correct. But I want to stress, this makes absolutely zero moral judgment or prescription about the worth of humans. It just doesn't do that. That's not in that statement. Now, the rest of the interview may have something more damning, potentially. There is another comment. Well, send it my way. I will be happy to take a look at it. It is so important, though, in just as a general practice, to be charitable with how you interpret what people say. Because I generally feel that people should be judged on what they say with the charitability that they provide to others. Or that's a proper way to say that. Give me just a second while I do this run attempt. Please. Thank you. Oh no, attack Bloodstone. Oh no, that's too close. Son of a gun. Luckily, vampirism can tank it. Oh, stupid. I'm gonna have to wait for a full cycle if I even pull this off. I think That second group is the one I want to pull away from that. Okay, so we got time. This is what you thought was interesting on the topic. All right.
Worth of training energy for a single.
Okay, so this is Akash Gupta. So this is not Sam Altman talking. Let's keep that in mind. Training 4 consumed an estimated 50 gigawatts of electricity. That's 3,000 humans worth of training energy for a single model run. Okay. What's the point? Now look at what replaced it. The 5 is default, assumes an estimated 18 watts per average query. According to that, up to 40 watts for extended reasoning. That's 8.6 times as GPT-4. Let me just check where we are in the rotation. Need to set up for this. Hold, please. One moment. Not loving all the blocking. It's garbage. But we're good. All right. And I look at what replaces it. Okay, so there's nothing here that's the words of Sam Altman. So what do you mean? Comment that's interesting. So I should ask, are we talking about what Sam Altman has said, or are we talking about just the analysis of energy? Okay, so we're just looking at the comparison of energy. OpenAI hit 13 billion in annual recurring revenue, but still isn't profitable. They need you to think of AI energy consumption as natural and inevitable, same way you think about feeding a child, because the alternative framing is that they're burning through enough electricity to rival small countries while racing. See if I can just find that post. I'm going to pause my break timer. Now look at... Okay. So the new model costs more. Okay. I'm still waiting to see where he's going to compare a query to human. this is weird. This is what Altman is actually doing. OpenAI hit 13 billion in annual recurring revenue, but still isn't profitable. That is an interesting statistic. They need you to think of AI energy consumption as natural and inevitable, same way you think about feeding a child, because the alternative framing is that they're burning through enough electricity to rival small countries while racing to build 1 gigawatt Stargate data centers. The food analogy makes the energy costs feel biological and unavoidable instead of what they are, an engineering and business choice that scales with every model generation. The comparison sounds clever as a fireside chat in India. Clever at a fireside chat in India. Falls apart the second you do the arithmetic. Well, you didn't do the arithmetic here. Like, you haven't done the math. Sure, you gave me a comparison of training time. So he's only done a comparison of energy cost for training time. But what's extremely relevant is the energy cost for operations, right? So 18 watts and like here saying the daily electricity consumption being over 1 million American households. Okay, but if it's doing the work of 1 billion American households, then it's still an efficiency gain. Like Akash has left out or Akash Gupta has left out all of the relevant information for actually doing this comparison. It's like the information just isn't here. So we could try to come up with some equivalent. Yeah, like, and the power over 1 million American households. Well, are we talking about food cost or are we talking about house electricity? Because you're kind of throwing these different stats around. Which one is it? I think training time is maybe more important than the energy cost of the response. Oh, no. That's extremely relevant. Because if the training cost is way higher than the training cost of a human, which let's just assume it is. Okay, so let's just assume that is true. If you make that cost up after 1 million queries, then the net out energy is a benefit. Remember, we're just talking about energy costs. We're not talking about moral worth here. I want to stress that for anyone going, oh no, dum-dum's equating people to meat computers. No, I'm not. I'm saying that these people are trying to compare energy costs. And if you're going to do that, you need to compare apples to apples during training and execution. So, based on what I'm reading here, the cost of execution for AI is way cheaper than cost of execution for a human. That's what I'm hearing here. So, if the blended average is 18 watts, okay? So ChatGPT usually pumps out an article in response to any question you give it that would take me at bare minimum, a half hour to produce, right? So let's do some cost analysis here. Let's see. 2,000 kilocalories divided by 48. So it would take me roughly 41.67 kilocalories to write the article that AI has done for 8 watts. Okay. 41.67 kilocalories to watts. There you go. Wait, what? That's not right. That's not right. I don't think that's right. Also, oh, 18 watt hours. Okay, so it takes me 48 watt hours, let's say, to do the same work that ChatGPT takes 18 watt hours. Okay. So how long with 2.5 billion queries hitting ChatGPT daily? Okay, 2.5 daily. Let's see how much gain is there per day. So that is 30 watt hours times 2.5 billion. Okay, so that's 75 billion watt hours per day. Okay. How long does it take to make up the difference? Like, let's do the math for Akash Gupta that he wasn't willing to do himself in this post. Over 20 years, that's roughly 17,000 kilowatt hours. Training GPT-4 consumed 50 gigawatt hours. Okay. So the other statistic here that needs to be factored in that isn't being factored in is how many people does it take to make this 2.5 billion responses per day? Okay, so 2.5 billion queries, able to answer one every 30 minutes. So how many humans do we need to do that same thing? Like, how many humans do we have to train up to be able to accomplish that? So that comes to 2.5 divided by what? 24? No, 48. So we would need to train 52 million people. Okay. So let's now take that number. And so 52 billion times 17. So in order to create the functional human equivalent of GPT-4, it costs 884 gigawatt hours. Or no, not gigawatt hours. I think I've done some bad math. Hold on. $52 million. Oh, and that's kilowatt hours. Hold on. Let me just refresh my memory. Is this 10 to the 12? I think so. No. Million is 10 to the 6, billion. Oh, yeah, that is just billion. Okay, so I need to add that 1,000 in here. Oh, I did. That's the billion. So, no, I did the math right. Okay, so in order to train the human equivalent of GPT-4, it takes you minimum 20 years. Let's say you can have 52 million people born now, and all it takes to train them up is a fixed energy cost. You're still going to cost 884 gigawatt hours, whereas ChatGPT-4 took 50 gigawatt hours. Like, Sam Altman appears to just be correct. When it comes to energy comparison, he seems to just be right. Like, this person has thrown out all these numbers without actually doing any of the comparison to show apples to apples. Like, and he actually put the answer here embedded. So it would take 3,000, like, in energy equivalent, ChatGPT was able to provide the work of 52 million people for the cost of 3,000. And that's the training cost, according to his statistics. But if we want to just talk training cost in terms of energy, like the cost to train... Wait, hold on. I did something weird here, didn't I? No, hold on. I need to redo this. Hold on. Where was the 2.5 billion? Right. Hold on. And it's also worth noting, humans can't do 48 queries per day. I think it doesn't factor in efficiency, though, as GPT might have caused errors that produced the need to use more energy to fix the problems. I agree, but improving the model reduces those errors, and we will eventually converge to around 0 on errors. Like, that's the goal, right? Let me redo this math. This is interesting, and I think this was worth analyzing. So let me rewind. How many humans do we need in order to do 2.5 billion queries per day? So I can do how many queries per day? I can finish one response every... Let's even be super generous and say that I'm just hyper efficient. 15 minutes, okay? Energy that had to be human energy that doesn't. So, but let's just assume on both sides, because humans make errors too, and humans make a lot of them. So let's just, for now, eliminate errors on both sides. Because remember, part of the errors that we're talking about for humans is things like sick leave, like health problems, mental health issues, workplace conflict, like you have conflicting personalities with someone you work with, you have a sick child at home that you have to go take care of. All of these are the equivalent, like the functional equivalent when we're talking about energy cost, of AI having an error. So if we're going to say that we need to account for AI having errors, we also need to account for all of the inefficiencies in humans. Even statistics puts in a percentage for error, or else it's not accurate. But I'm not going to be able to calculate that. And you're not going to be able to calculate that. And so we're going to just give the benefit of the doubt on both sides. And so long as the difference is large enough, it's very unlikely that the error is going to overtake the difference. Okay, so let's just look at, under ideal circumstances, like however many perfect humans we need versus a perfect AI. What is the cost equivalent for building GPT-4? If both are perfect, which of course neither are, but this is the best analysis I'm going to be able to do on the spot here. Okay, so how many humans does it take to answer 2.5 billion queries in a day? So let's say I get really good at this, I can answer in 15 minutes. And obviously there's going to be more complex questions, less complex questions, but in either case, it's probably going to take me about 15 minutes on average. So I can do 4 an hour. And let's also be generous and say that I am working a 70-hour week. Okay, so I'm working 10 hours a day, every day, forever. No quitting, no breaks, no nothing. So if I am just a workhorse, working constantly, I can do 40 queries a day. Okay. So 2.5 divided by 40. Okay, so that we need how many? 62.5 million humans. Okay. And actually let's so hold on, let me write that down. Station speed of GPT-4. Okay. Now let's also look at just basics here. What is the energy cost per day of that many people? Uh-oh. Hold on. Streams are not happy. We started talking about AI and streams start having trouble. Don't like that. If humans are perfect, then that energy. No, so humans still have a time they need to operate. I'm saying perfection in the sense of not making mistakes, but I'm not going to assume that the humans that we're training just know everything instantaneously. That's not fair or accurate. So let's see. Come on, come on. So that many humans, how much energy does that many humans consume per day? So 2,000 kilocalories to kilowatt hours. Okay, so using 2.32 kilowatt hours per day. And that is that times 62.5. Okay. So 145 million kilowatt hours per day to maintain humans. All right, this I'm going to specifically put this in sort of a robotic sense. Let me put some music on just so we've got something to listen to. All right, so that's how much energy the human equivalent of ChatGPT consumes per day in the best possible scenario. Like these are humans that never get sick, they never die. They like another thing to consider, ChatGPT, like GPT-4 could continue to be hosted without training a new model. So like there's that to consider, whereas humans eventually age and die. It's sad, it's the fact of life. Okay. Now with trees taking 18 watts. So 2.5 times 18. Or specifically that was watt hours. Yeah, the other thing I don't care for is using different units of measurement in terms of like here using watts, watt hours, here using kilowatt hours. Like I don't it feels manipulative, but okay, so that many watt hours, or that many billion watt hours, so that many billion kilowatt hours. Okay. 45 million kilowatt hours per day to maintain before. Okay, so we're gaining basically a 60% or 65% increase efficiency on daily operating costs by using GPT. Under these obviously incorrect, but the best we can do, perfect humans, perfect AIs. Okay. Next, training costs. Daily operations. This is interesting though. And this is just assuming, I'm also making a bold assumption that all of these numbers that have 0 citations are 100% accurate. Okay. So, assuming this is 100% accurate, which I'm not positive it is, but let's see. So, I need to know how much energy does it cost to train that many humans? Okay. And it's also worth noting this this amortization window is kind of irrelevant if the efficiency is slanted toward GPT, like in favor of GPT. 17,000 kilowatt hours training. Okay, so this times 17,000. Just say that billion times 17. Yes. Okay, so that costs over 1,000 gigawatt hours. Okay. So that's an obscene energy cost. And what is the equivalent to train ChatGPT? How much energy did that cost? It took 50 gigawatt hours to train ChatGPT. Okay. So, in terms of energy cost, at least based on the statistics provided by the guy who is opposed to using he's trying to say that it's inefficient to use cheap ChatGPT or to train it and use it. It's more efficient to use humans. Seems to be what he's saying. Yeah, like he's saying that, like Sam Altman clearly is in favor of saying GPT is more efficient. And this seems to be saying that no, Altman is wrong because it's not a sufficient comparison. Okay. So if he's lying, his stats should say that humans are more efficient or at least similar. Well, the training cost is over 21 times as much to train humans to create ChatGPT 4. The daily cost, humans require more than 3 times as much energy per day to have the same daily output. So I don't know where you can say that humans are where AI is less efficient than humans in terms of energy cost. I don't get it. And keep in mind, I am someone who is approaching a viewpoint that we should find a way to destroy AI and across the globe and never be able to use it again. Like I'm not there yet, but I'm approaching it, right? Like every couple months, my viewpoint shifts a little more toward just get rid of it. You can in the case of errors. You can what in the case of errors? And it's inefficient to not complete tasks. Okay, hold on. You need to give me more description on what you're applying these phrases to. Like, what do you mean you can in the case of errors? Like, what can you do in the case of errors? And it's inefficient to not complete. I don't understand. Help. Please help. While you put that together, oh no! No, they've all grouped up! No! I waited too long! We were analyzing numbers too long! Oh, well, I'm dead. Yep. Well, so much for that. Yeah. Unfortunately, when it comes to automating processes, it is any sort of analysis like this that you're going to do, it is very, very hard for it to make sense or to favor humans being the more efficient route. Humans are necessarily inefficient. And you may not like it. It may sound gauche, is that the right word? It may sound bad, but that's just the reality, unfortunately. Oh! Well, this run's over. Yep, I'm not even gonna try it. Remote labor AI paper.p. And honestly, I don't think it is a useful thing to try and oppose AI on the grounds of efficiency. For two reasons. One, you're not going to win. So just strategically, that's an ineffective route. Two, the other thing is humans have more moral worth than a computer program. And that is just a fundamental truth as far as I'm concerned. Remote labor. Okay, so what do you want me to look here? Because I'm not reading this whole thing on stream. I'm assuming you want me to look at something specific. AIs have made rapid progress in research-oriented benchmarks, knowledge, and reasoning. Clear how these gains translate into economic value. To measure this, we introduce the Remote Labor Index, a broadly multi-sector benchmark comprising real-world, economically valuable projects designed to evaluate end-to-end agent performance in practical settings. AI agents perform near the floor on RLI. Highest performing agent automation 5%. These results help ground discussions of AI automation and empirical evidence basis for tracking AI impacts and enabling stakeholders to proactively navigate AI-driven labor automation. Source for this article. AI still fails it. Okay, let's take a look at their experimental design. What is their experimental design? Dude, you're making me do a lot of work today, chat. This Remote Labor Index, RLI, is designed to evaluate AI agents on their ability to complete real-world, economically valuable work spanning the large share of the economy that consists of computer-based work. RLI is composed of entire projects sourced directly from online freelance platforms, reflecting the diverse demand of the market. What is ROI though? Like, specifically, what are you measuring? Like, is it percentage of tasks successfully completed? Is it time to completion? And what is this 2.5% automation rate? Evaluating AI agents, the potential impact of AI automation on the global economy and the labor markets has been subject to significant analysis. I agree. Complementing this macroeconomic perspective, the machine learning community is increasingly focused on empirically measuring AI's capacity to perform economically valuable work. The scope of benchmarks evaluating AI systems on valuable work has expanded considerably over time. Efforts have broadened. That's just talking about what discussions are going on. I want you to tell me what ROI is. A new benchmark composed of end-to-end remote freelance project for evaluating AI agents for practical, economically valuable work. This data is sourced directly from professionals on freelance platforms, grounding benchmark in economic value, capturing the diversity and complexity of a real remote labor market. The final dataset comprises 240 projects. So, first question, the people, like the freelancers that provided these work examples to you, did they know how you were going to use the data? If so, I don't trust a word of it. Describe the contents of RLI projects and high-level statistics of the data. More details on these topics. Project composition. Each project in RLI consists of 3 components. Brief, input files, human deliverable. Gold standard deliverable that successfully completes the project, produced by a professional. Project, the economic value. Let's okay, so this is just saying what the average cost of a project is in the hours to. Okay. Roughly a normal distribution, about 10 hours and about let's call it $500. I don't like this logarithmic scale here. That's not good. Because if this weren't logarithmic, this graph would look like this. And I think would give a better understanding of what's going on. Ooh. Sourcing strategy and scope. Freelance platform sourcing. We submitted a job post for each category within 43 eligible categories. Okay, so you actually paid freelancers to do the work. Okay. Did a job post category within 33 eligible categories. Hired freelancers provided samples of their prior work, yielding a diverse pool of projects. Still haven't told me if and or when you communicated to them how the data was going. Labor marketplaces contain a substantially long tail of work. For the tail, we hired freelancers to provide work samples from additional categories not in Upwork taxonomy, commission custom work. Total, this yielded 7 projects. It also expanded beyond Upwork, identifying high-quality examples of work available. Examples, we contacted the authors to request permission to use their work study to ascertain. recruited 358 freelancers. Professionals demonstrated significant experience. On average, they had over 2,000 hours worked, around 90 private jobs, and 23,000. Okay. So one aspect that's absolutely not being taken into account here is the time to find a professional that will be able to accomplish what you need. Now, that's not part of their analysis, so it's okay. But expanding this into the efficiency conversation doesn't work. I just want to say that up front. Okay, so we collected 550 initial projects. Freelancers were paid a certain amount. Sell us existing work samples. Cleaning. Sure, each project is a self-contained instance. Conducted multiple rounds of review, cleaning, and standardizing. Review, we carefully evaluated brief materials and deliverables for suitability. Okay, got it. You tried to be rigorous in determining if these were successful completions. When needed, we followed up with the freelancer for clarifications and missing materials. Okay. Then normalized all accepted projects to a common schema and, while passed, removed additional projects that were ultimately suitable. The fact that they have not defined suitability in this context already means that their stats are garbage. Just, I want you guys to learn how to read these so that you don't get fooled by this. Ultimately unsuitable, that doesn't mean anything. That just means you decided to exclude those projects because they didn't fit some parameters that you're not going to disclose to me. For all I know, there could be another 1,000 projects that were freelancers that just couldn't deliver what you needed, and so you ruled those out. This is a very flawed paper, potentially, and indicating potentially a very flawed study. Data privacy and release. Final dataset contains 240. Whoa. Okay, so you are telling me how many you excluded. You excluded over half of the project. So, for one reason or another, over half of the project were not able to be used for your study. And you haven't given me the criteria by which you've eliminated that over 300. That's not good. Okay. Use the following metrics to measure performance on RLI for a given AI agent. Automation rate, percentage of projects for which the AI deliverable is judged by human evaluators to complete the project at least as well as the deliverable. This measures the absolute success rate of the AI agent across RLI projects. Okay, what is your methodology for evaluating the AI? Deliverables are complex. Okay. Basically, never say this in a research paper. Because it doesn't mean anything. It just says, there's a lot you need to think about. Okay, well, then put the things I need to think about. Evaluating is a demanding task, often requiring on-the-job learning. This level of assessment. As this level of assessment is currently beyond the capabilities of automated evaluation systems, we rely on rigorous manual evaluation. Section details the process for generating AI deliverables. Okay. Deliverable generation. To generate deliverables, agents are provided with the project brief and input files. We do not mandate a specific execution environment for agent architecture. However, to ensure that the resulting artifacts can be properly assessed, agents receive an evaluation compatibility prompt before beginning the project. Okay, I need to know what that is. Prompt details the capabilities of our evaluation platform and provides a comprehensive readable list of supported file formats, guiding the agent to outputs that are renderable and reviewable. So, specific agents used for pre-release evaluation are described in a piece. So, something that I'm missing here is this initial prompt could have introduced errors. Like, if this was a bad prompt for prepping the AI, this is another way where this study turns to garbage. Depending on what this is. And are you going to tell me what that is? Requirements, scaffolding and prompting, quantitative results, qualitative findings, discussion, conclusion. There's something in the appendix to help me here. Calculation for results, model details, reference data, scores, time budget. Yeah, they're not showing me what that prompt is. And so this is, like, you're missing massive chunks of your design. Oh, wait, is this? Hence we extend the base prompt with instructions directing agent to up the directories and provided access to specialized multimedia tools. I'm not seeing anywhere that they've evaluated the potential error introduced by the structure of their prompts. Because there is a science to prompt construction. Let's get back to where I was. Evaluation platform to standardize the review process and manage the diversity of deliverable formats. We developed a specialized web-based evaluation platform. The platform allows evaluators to efficiently export unstructured deliverable directories. And you have a file directory explorer. Got it. The way over the top way to explain that. Our evaluation methodology centers on determining whether an AI deliverable completes the project at least as well as a human gold standard, specifically whether the deliverable would be accepted by a reasonable client as the commissioned work. Preliminary evaluations, we found granular per project rubrics were often insufficient and Granular rubrics were insufficient for capturing project complexity. Why? Particularly for projects with hard to specify aspects like design, a deliverable might technically satisfy rubric elements yet fail professional standard. Sure. Consequently, we employ a holistic evaluation approach, drawing from practices for reviewing complex artifacts like papers or grants. Okay, so you are now introducing an immeasurable amount of error, because you're also now introducing personal preference and tastes, rather than having scientific standards to apply to the deliverable. Evaluators digest the project context, error, and AI deliver specific files until confident in their assessment. Given a fixed time per project, they assess the AI deliverable relative to the human deliverable. Following 3-point scale with a written justification. Fixed time per project, they assess the AI deliverables relative. Alternative deliverable does not satisfy brief as well as the reference deliverable, or is of significantly lower quality such that it would not be accepted by a reasonable client. Okay, so the alternative deliverable satisfies the brief as well as the reference deliverable would be accepted. 2, and the alternative deliverable exceeds that. Okay. The automation rate is calculated based on the percentage of projects receiving an annotation of 2 or 3. That's useless. This is absolutely a garbage statistic then. All this is saying then is like AI in 97.5% of cases provided something of lower quality than a highly trained human. That's all it says. It says nothing about the amount of time and effort for these. And based on what I've been able to ascertain, the way they interacted with these AI models was to provide the prompts and then just take whatever was spat out, which is not how you do freelance work. And that's not how you interact with AIs. Like, you've seen me toy with AI to get it to give me some valuable syntax for like a bit of code that I need for a script. And I want to be clear for anyone who's going to try and use this in the future, none of that is in my game. And honestly, all of it I had to rewrite from scratch anyway. However, back to the issue at hand. So when you are working with a freelancer, they submit a draft of the project. You don't just get a finished product in your lap and you say, okay, I'm deciding whether or not I like it now. That's not how that works. You have a back and forth, which can take days or weeks. And that's going to be hours of your time reviewing every single one. Okay? AI, on the other hand, different workflow. You submit your prompt, and within minutes, sometimes seconds, you have your answer. And then you can review that almost immediately and tell it, these things don't meet the request, please correct them with these specifications. And that turnaround time is so much faster and cheaper. So the entire process they've used for this is heavily slanted to favoring humans performing better. So much so that it is imminently predictable that they would have received the outcome they did. Further, there's massive chunks of their experimental design that are just not disclosed in this paper, that are extremely relevant for evaluating whether or not these are valuable statistics and being able to reproduce their study. Like, if this is supposed to be a scientific evaluation, it needs to be repeatable. And you have not provided the information I need to be able to repeat them. Not even close. Let me see if I can find that missing piece somewhere in here, because I haven't read the whole thing, obviously. Where is deliverable generation? To ensure the resulting artifacts can be properly assessed, agents received an evaluation compatibility prompt. Okay, so if it is here, they have not provided it. Let's check the appendix for anything useful. Agent prompt above. Further extend the computer use agent prompt above with quality verification instructions to leverage model reasoning. Try to work in that directory, but if that's not accessible, work in the current directory. Find the input folder. There is called the to workspace function first. Okay. So this is just an extra prompt because of the extended capabilities of this one AI. Should absolutely use these tools if their functionality is needed to complete the task. Yeah, this use the following base prompt. Read the brief attached and create only the deliverables described. Do not ask any questions. Okay. Do not ask any questions. That's not how freelancers or AI work. Complete the task and send a download link to the deliverables. Are done once all the deliverables are ready and the download link is sent. There may be auxiliary information necessary to complete the task that is provided in a zipped inputs folder. If this is provided, unzip the folder first and then proceed with completing the task. Make a zip file with all the deliverables. You still haven't told me what your initial prompt was. Yeah. In terms of scientific rigor, I would give this paper like, I don't know what. If I'm being generous, let's give it a 35%. 3.5 out of 10. Do they even link to their raw data? I don't even know where I would find it in here. Very oddly organized project. This is weird. So we got our citations here. Good. Yeah, this is... They haven't provided... So let me list out the things that they're missing here. They have not provided sampling criteria, which is the most fundamental bit of information for reproducing their results and knowing whether or not to trust their results. They have not provided clear documentation of their experimental design in terms of how they interacted with the AI versus the freelancer. There does not seem to be any analysis of how you would construct the functional equivalent between the two of that. Though I may have missed that up here if that was meant. Yeah, no. So for the review and cleaning, I'm going to assume that they were reasonable in that. In theory, you'd want to include details on how you did that as well, but I'm going to just assume they were reasonable. What else are they missing? Ah, yes. And the structure of their experimentation does not mirror real-world scenarios even slightly. Because I don't know of any human that sends a request to an AI, takes back whatever is given, and then doesn't progress the conversation if it doesn't satisfy the prompt. Like, that doesn't happen. Shouldn't say that doesn't happen. There may be some people that is not a proper way to use AI. That's not the proper way to interact with a freelancer. I would not use this as a data point for discussing anything. Oh yeah, and the other factor is their experimental design. Because it doesn't mimic real-world scenarios, they have a human that can modify its behavior and process in the form of a freelancer to accommodate this bizarre workflow. The AI can't do that. I think a much better experiment would be have someone work with a freelancer until you reach a deliverable that is accepted. So have a review process and use whatever criteria you want to evaluate whether a project deliverable is accepted. And you need two metrics from that. One, how long overall did it take? Two, the person who is interacting with the freelancer and answering and asking questions, asking for redrafts, all that stuff. How many hours did they spend doing that? Like, those two stats are very important. Now, same thing for the person interacting with the AI agent to get the deliverable. Keep working with the AI up to some time limit until the deliverable is accepted. Then look at how many hours it took overall, how many hours the person working with the agent had to spend directly. And then final statistic that have on both of those sides is percentage of projects accepted total. That to me gives you a way more reasonable metric here. Because, at least in my experience with using AIs, if I know enough about what I want, I can nudge AI into giving me a correct answer. And so this whole experimental design where they've found that only 2.5% were able to provide as good or better response than a human. Well, that's only on first submission of a prompt. Yeah. Like, every AI model I've used, after you provide a prompt, if something is clearly missing in the response you get, you just tell it, hey, you forgot to account for this. And then the next response you get ends up having that thing. So I would want to know, how long would it take you with these different AI models to reach successful completion of these prompts? And like that, and like I said, you need the total turnaround time and the amount of time invested by the person prompting. Oh. So this could have been done way, way better. And I hope that someone out there does that. Now, one thing that I could enjoy doing with this channel, if I had an audience big enough and invested enough to do this, just have the chat send me papers like this so I can evaluate and help you guys learn to evaluate papers to understand if it's valuable information. Oh, right, I didn't actually finish up my analysis here. And so because this paper and this process is so garbage, that also means this article is garbage. Like, garbage in, garbage out. That's just how it goes. Okay. Well, that was fun. Yeah, and yeah, unfortunately, most of the people talking about and investigating AI on these different vectors, they have too much of a vested interest in having a specific outcome of the discussion. And if you're going to get accurate results in breaking down AI and its performance on these metrics and on these vectors, you can't have a vested interest in the outcome. Like, Akash Gupta clearly had a specific slant, a specific goal in mind with the stats he was providing. And whether intentionally or otherwise, like, it could have been subconscious, could have been just errors in judgment on what to provide, did not follow those stats to completion. The study had a very limited idea of what it meant to evaluate an AI and what to evaluate a project and how a project should be conducted. And honestly, it kind of sounds like the people who ran the study have never worked with freelancers before this project and had never worked with AI, like actually tried to use AI to produce something valuable prior to that project. And if they had, then they knowingly created an experimental design that did not mimic real life. So either they didn't have the expertise to pursue this experiment, or they knowingly were deceptive. Either one is terrible science. Anyway, I'm gonna make one more attempt at this before we get back to work, because that was a lot of thinking. Chat, why do you make me do this? Make me use my brain. Ugh. All that's in my head now is the meme of the guy going, I can't believe you've done this. After the guy, I think the video, he hits him in the head. Blood Song. Dunzo. Uh-oh. I think I killed them too fast. Uh-oh. Oh no! Yep, this run's dead. Absolutely nothing I can do here. Yeah. Man. That stinks when, like, my failure was my success. It's not often that I eliminate the enemies too quickly. Let's do one more quick one. Even if I die in the first phase, though, time to move on. Get back to work. We've had enough fun talking about AI and criticizing people's attempts at empirical analysis. Attack Blitzon. No, not that one. Garbage. Well, its timer's almost up anyway. Oh, no, 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 no! No, I've messed up! No! I've made terrible mistakes. And now I'm in trouble. Okay, we are in the money here. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Done. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome! That is the absolute best start to phase 2 I can hope for. Okay. Here is where spirits go. Just move it to this little spot so I have a reliable place to put it. I don't love that. Beautiful. Okay. Reign of Terror, Herald of Nightmares. I kind of want to just start attacking these groups, but I know I shouldn't. Because if I take out this group, then those are going to line up on the far end. Ugh. So these two groups are way farther apart than they should be. Not super happy about that. I'm too close. I'm too close. No. Please, please. Arr. Why? Why do you do this to me? Where were we? Right. Register the spawner. I think I've got a problem. Oh, no, the type is right. Yeah. Good. Yeah, spawn hive. So, spawners are a non physical thing that spawns enemies somewhere in the world, kind of like an orchestrator. The hives are a physical thing that, separate to that mechanism, spawn enemies. Got it. Okay. I also need to provide some sort of logic when this is exiting the scene tree, or specifically when Q3 happens. See. I guess I'll use free. After we've exited the tree. We no longer have a node path. Or do I just let the enemy container handle its own registration stiffs? Like, what if I add logic here that occasionally checks to see if a hive needs to be removed? Sure. any potential of a hive saying, hey, I have enemies left to spawn. And then needing to be unregistered before it spawns that enemy. No. Because this forces the spawn event. Okay, so that works. Here. All I need to do now is figure out where to implement some logic that says, hey, check to see if any of the hives are dead. When do I want to do that? I guess more interesting is, when do I care if there are dead hives? I suppose the only time I care is I'm doing this check. Dead. Cool. Actually, if I got to do this, I should probably just do both at the same time. Yeah, instead of doing 2 full loops, I should just combine into one. The question is how. Oh, actually, here, pick hives. This will actually communicate much better what's happening. Bar hives. Then hives if not valid hive actually this is going to return a loop. If the hives, then If a hive on otherwise force on first. Yep. Hives, if not valid, leave dot append. If else on and return true. Finally, return false. So when does that happen? Have a number of hives, or hive and hives. If not is instance valid, complete. What? Ooh. This logic doesn't. Are found. Enemy spawn. Ooh. Please. Okay. So now what's happening? Fund false at check all the ones that we need to delete. This doesn't actually go through all of them, does it? And I need to check to see if it can spawn some. Forgot to add that back in. I don't like this function. Then again, maybe I don't care about invalid instances. Because I don't think this is gonna have too many. Because, like, the beehives, they're just going to exist in the world. And they only go away when world leaves the scene tree. Enemy spawner also leaves. Uses all these references. The only situation I'd be making this logic for is if I have hives that get created and destroyed middle of stage. Only one I can think of that this would happen with is the boss hive, because the player characters get created with the world, and they're also destroyed with the world. That reference. Yeah, I think I just don't care about deleting them. So I think I just want to go back to the old logic. If hive remaining enemy count greater than 0, spawn. Welcome back. I do need another if here, though. So, if it's a valid instance, and it has remaining enemies, then fun. I don't want to try even checking this if the instance is valid anymore. That'll cause a crash. Alright. Finally! Registration of Hive complete! Ah! Now, what's the next step here? I need to set lever position. And I think I might actually want to get rid of this max inner bees and max outer bees. Better yet, let's just handle this internally. Yeah, let's move this logic in. So all I care about is the count here. Set of max inner bees. Okay. If First things first. If the active levers less than or equal to 0, bail out of here. Now, or we're in reverse set. Nope, not how I want to do that. That'll be, so let's say there's 5 active levers. That is from 0 to 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Length isn't what I care about. How times I divided by active levers. Can I find property range on base? Right? Show range. The thing, right? Oh, is it like an engine function? That's probably it. I'm not even gonna look that up. Wrong. Is that right? So if I have 2 active letters, first one is set to 0. Second one is I equals 1. 360 degrees divided by 2, 180. The opposite. 3. 1/3. 2/3. Yes, we're good. Hold on. Let me make a note. Handle. Not doing that right now, but I will need to do that because these don't get automatically removed. Don't forget it, we're just putting a magic number. So if we're allowed to spawn more enemies, and as far as the global context, and we aren't at the capacity for ourselves, then we're allowed to enter the spawn logic. Since I'm grabbing this in, let's do this out here. For positions, both inner and outer. Got a new bee we're grabbing from the queue. Pinned it to our bees array. And add it to the Woo! It's been a long time coming to get to that one line of code. So at this point, the bee is at... let me put some comments in here so it's clear what's happening. If it wants to spawn. Based on updated bee count. Position all needed use. To B and add to C. Final piece. Associate for length ever endpoints as base target for be in these. Load up. Give you a type. Array of B. And some of this logic is at some point probably going to move to the parent class. Just because things like how to handle dequeuing is not a B specific concept. But for now, it's only used here. To something. Let's redo this for I in range of these dot size. That's actually too. Ooh, wait. Lever is not that simple. If I less than 5. Levers, that's lever equals inner levers dot oh, not dot access else same sort of thing, but I minus 5. Right? If we're accessing index 5, which is the 6th B, that will be the 0th of outer. Beautiful. And clever endpoint says chase target for these. Now this logic is going to be custom for these. Some of this can be shared with other future spawner ideas I might have. Alright. Okay, I now have... what? Other than brain drain. Let's see, when do I need to get out of here today? I can technically do another hour. Let me check one thing real quick. Make sure I do actually have that hour. Issues there. Come on. Okay, yes, I do have that extra hour. All right. Get it, we're just adding this. Okay. Now if I want to add levers in the future or subtract them, like maybe I only want a grand total of 10 bees around a single spawner, I can affect that. All right. Next. That's not the right type. Oh, it is the right data. Never mind. All right. How far out do I want bees to be able to go? first question. Be with Hive. So that is a distance of 29. So 29 is the collision radius. I definitely don't want them hugging the tree that close. The bee itself has collision radius with other bees of 10 pixels. So at the very least, I need 40. Let's give it padding, so let's do 60. And while all of those numbers are going to be scaled up, this length also gets scaled up, so we're good. Okay. And let's add 50 to this one. Oh, that. Why is that off? Oh. So many nodes right there. Because for the most part, they're just handling rotations. What else did I put in for I need to worry about? Oh. First off, Okay. So at the end of the spawn delay, what do I do? I just call in spawn. That's all I do. I do want... Excuse me. I do think I want auto start. Maybe I don't. So, if there are bees to spawn, go ahead and start, do a spawn right off the bat. Enter this tree. Add bees. Self.spawn. So as long as something has been queued up, go ahead and spawn the first something. Okay. Then that kicks off timer, prep the next one, we're good. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? How do we get rid of bees? Do enemies have a signal? Die. Okay. New functionality for enemy base. Okay, then we emit the death signal. When dying. Awesome. Now, in the beehive, remove dead bee. Ah! Hold on. Forget, how do I set a parameter for this? I've done it before. Yep. Since I think this has a chance of just removing it from the scene tree immediately, I should run that first. Okay, now we add a bee. Use it. Think that works? We'll find out eventually. Remove dead bee. And when a bee dies, I should probably update position information too, huh? Ooh, I also need to set the global position of that bee. Huh? Where's my autocomplete? Whoa! That's weird. Huh. They're the type. What's the problem? Maybe there's something in the hierarchy that's screaming. That's the only reason it's had an issue with autocomplete. A problem here. Oh! Is it not a physical entity? No, it is. Alright. Huh. How strange. When and where do I want to do this? I also need to remove the logic. Hold on. Oh! Oh! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I got it. Easy peasy. Finally set a new B. Position. Its target. I don't get it. I don't get it, chat. Why are these being different? Help. Oh, that's why. That should fix it. I don't get it. Well, now it's ping. Huh? What? Godot, please. All right. All right. Okay. Could be. So, what parts of this need to happen when a bee is removed as well? I need to update lever positions. So the dequeuing of the bee and adding it to the world happen ahead of time. That's fine. Clever endpoints to chase target for bees. Good. Remove dead bee. All right. A lot of nasty code there. I think we're in a good spot. Also for enemy base. Okay. Direction, get player direction. Let's not touch this yet. Because I'll probably just override it. Be seen. Find. If the instance is not valid, so that's null or it's a removed scene for some reason. Or That's right. So if we don't have a chase target, or if the chase target is character base, then self.chase target equals self.nearest fail. All right. So what does this mean? If our enemy has some unique behavior that says, I need to chase something that's not the player, just let it continue chasing that thing. Once that thing it's chasing no longer exists, then force the thing to start chasing the player again. Excellent. Okay. I will need to also override chase. Oh, doop-a-doop. What am I doing? First thing is move the character, the enemy, closer to its chase target. Let me actually just start with the enemy base version. What does update direction? Oh. Easy peasy. Okay, so that's for getting the named direction. That's not for actually changing direction of. When do we update the vector direction? Hold up. Ah, there we go. So that does happen in update direction. I don't actually need to use that though. First var there equal mobiles.get utils direction start self end at self.chase target. So first move. Let me actually remind myself, how am I using walk speed versus... Ah. I think I can actually put this the chase function like in the base class. Because what I kind of want to do is call update direction twice. If I were going to do that, how would I do that? Or I just update it myself. All right. Update the vector direction. Did I declare this already up here somewhere? Yeah, it's an override. It has to have the same name. Oh. Let's move that down here. Oh, right, that's where I was. This is before I came up with the beehive system. That was so long ago, chat. So long ago. Alright. So... hear about movement there. Then I update my position, and that is purely for what direction I'm facing. Awesome. Now that all of that is out of the way, I should be able to place a beehive in the world, and magic happens. Well, specifically, I should be able to place a beehive in the world and put in one line of code to add a bee. Okay, that should be the safest number of bees to add. Also go to play world, make sure we're not using our spawner to stuff while I'm testing this. Where's the level orchestrator? Lost. Level orchestrator. There you go. I think I'm okay if I just remove that. Okay. How bad is this about to be? Because I haven't run this in ages because it kind of needs all of it to work. Like, I didn't plan out any test points along the way of developing this. So this is going to be a whole bunch of not working code. Like this. Huh? One moment. Okay. No enemy container on base object of type nil. That makes a ton of sense. That makes an absolute boatload of sense. Yeah. I was worried about that from the get-go. Which actually tells me this cannot happen in ready either. Good. That was a very valuable test, if unintended as a test. Okay, stop. Play roll. Cat dot add these. Okay. Next failure. I cannot wait to see what crazy nonsense pops out once it actually runs. Sorry. Oh, right. I promise it do. I promise. Oh. Hold on. I might need to provide a type here. Or not. Hmm. Yep, it does not like that. Wonder if this is valid. This feels super illegal. Like, I feel like I should have to cast each child individually. But I feel like I'm breaking a law of programming right now. But we'll see. And explode. Okay. Never in. You're learning face modeling through a Blender tutorial? Nice. So when are you getting your modeling gig? Are you gonna be like all those other French girls? Wonder if there's anyone old enough in chat to even know what I'm referencing there. Oh, man. Are you messing with me? Well, yes. But also, do you know where that reference is from? Let's see if I can find the actual line. All your other... Paint me like one of your French girls is a famous line from the 1997 film Titanic. There you go. So this is the scene where she wants him to paint her a portrait of her that is nude. And thus the joke with Still Needs Work. You're doing face modeling, so are you going to be like the other French girls? There we go. You weren't a big fan of it, so you weren't super paying attention? I get it. I am curious though, so if you knew before I told you guys, let me know in the comments. Because I am so curious if anybody watching still knows that movie. I bet there's probably some people in their 30s that saw that. But it's a movie that I really doubt younger people would go back and watch. I used to really like Miss Congeniality. I enjoyed that movie a lot too. That Miss Congeniality was pretty awesome. So, in terms of the like awesome professional woman movies, because there was like an era of this style of movie, there's one that I think blows them all out of the water. And it's not like over the top amazing, but I did adore it. Legally Blonde was awesome. And I don't think anyone could have pulled the role off quite like Reese Witherspoon did. The other one too? Dude, like, her portrayal of the stereotypical airheaded ditzy blonde, perfection, absolute perfection. And a lot of this is also on the writing and directing, but the transition into competent individual within the legal space, excellently done. So you took a shower. We have established the witness was in the shower. Yes, Your Honor. Oh man. And like, as far as accuracy of legal proceedings, it was almost entirely nonsense. But I don't care. It was fantastic. And like, also, I'm a sucker for Jennifer Coolidge. Anything she's in, it doesn't matter how awful the movie is, it doesn't matter how much I dislike the movie. If I have enough screen time of her, I'm happy. She's just a fantastic personality. And I'm like, does she have acting range? Nope. She is Jennifer Coolidge. That is what she does in movies. And I love it. What was the movie she did that? Okay, we're just in tangent mode now. We're just pure tangent mode. I don't care about the dev right now. What was the movie she was in? Like, I know she was in American Pie, and I didn't really care for that. Hold on. IMDb. Let's talk. All right, let's go way back. Oh my god, she's done so much. Holy cow. I'm sorry. What is plump fiction? I think I might just have found the movie I'm watching tonight. What the heck is this? Follows the plot of Pulp Fiction. Oh my god, it's a spoof movie based on Pulp Fiction. I am in. Oh man, we got cheesier we got cheesy recreations of all the characters, and this is great. Oh man, I've got to find a copy of this somewhere. Like, oh, somewhere's got to be streaming that. And 2.7 stars. Oh, that sounds wonderful. That's almost too high for that kind of movie. Like, I want like a 1.2 out of that. I've got to hold on. I've got to like write that down or something. Where's my notes app? Notes. I'll just save a tab. It's fine. I'll save a tab here. Right, I was trying to find the movie that I remember her distinctly from. In Austin Powers, she was woman at football game. Nice. Didn't even know she was in that. Legally Blonde might be the one I most remember her from, even though that's not my favorite role she's done. I didn't care for Zoolander, so I wouldn't have paid much attention. And I hadn't acquired a love for her personality at the point when Zoolander came out. Wait, a Cinderella story? What? Didn't know she was in The Burbs? Hold on, was she the evil stepmother in? Yeah, I think she was. This is one of the ones I remember distinctly. I think she played the evil stepmother in this, which was awesome. Because like from what I've seen of her in like interviews and stuff, she's just a super nice person. So I know she had an absolute blast just being awful. But man, this was back in the day when Hilary Duff was like a big star on in terms of like TV and my sort of the teen movies. And Disney Channel? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Is there anything else that I specifically remember her from? But also just her voice. Love it. I feel like I know her from something else. I definitely watched. I love her role in Epic Movie. The best name that I'm not even allowed to say on my own stream. In Robots, she was the big robot? Yeah, I never saw Robots. Oh, I do remember her voice in Dr. Dolittle. Oh, no, I don't. Because I did not see... Hold on. What did she voice that I'm remembering then? Oh, no, I did see this. I did see this. I don't remember who she was in this, because I barely remember this movie. But, yes, I did see that. Poser, foreign exchange. Come on. Huh. Apparently, I haven't watched most of her stuff. She just really leaves an impression. The... Gravity Falls? Yep. I should probably make this bigger so it's easier on you guys. There we go. But specifically from shorts. Oh, okay, so it would have... Yeah, it's not actually part of the show, it's some of the random shorts they did. Fair enough. And now we're up to modern enough stuff that I definitely wouldn't have seen it. Interesting. For an actress that I enjoy as much as I do her, it's surprising I haven't seen more of her material. Oh! Was it not just the shorts? Oh, never mind. My bad. My bad. Man, apparently she did a decent chunk of it. There's another actress that I will never remember her name for the life of me. That I enjoy her in a similar way. But in Grim X and B's matriarch? I think she was something like a matriarch. Don't remember. No. It definitely wasn't Devon Shade. She was also in one of the John Wick films. She typically does minor roles, and she has an extremely distinctive, deep, gravelly voice. Fine, let's just look up Hexen Beast, because I'm pretty sure she's a Hexen Beast show. This is the only way I'm going to find her name. Notable. Have it. Proud Pitch. Don't think it's her. I think I know who that character was. Yeah, no, nope, not her. Yep. Oh. Who was Henrietta? Villa Gottlieb? That might be it. Nope, that's not it. Dang it! Why can't I find this actress? Woman in Grimm that helps Madeline get her powers back. This is her. Finally! And this is why I'll never remember her name. Chokre Dashlu. Never gonna remember that name. But she portrays such an imposing person so well. Just because of how distinctive her voice is and how powerful her voice is. Point being, both her and Jennifer Coolidge, I appreciate them as actresses in very similar ways where they have their niche. They have the thing they do, and they know they're good at it, and they deliver that. If you want them to do some other role, not going to happen, for the most part. But you let them be themselves in that role, and they're going to milk it, and it's going to be wonderful. Anyway, that was a fun aside. What are we doing? Ah, yes. I wonder if I can just use this. That's got to be illegal too, right? Let's try both. That has to be illegal the same way. But if not, I have questions. It means the code is voodoo. That's all I'm saying. Excuse me? Why is it running? Why is nothing spawning? Guess first of all, go clean up that logic a little bit. Oh, wait, that was in Beehive. Instead of doing that, end array. Okay. That should be fun. Okay, where do I need to check what's happening? Check there. Check there. And I don't know where else I would look. Number is greater than 15. Oop. Okay, talk to me about spawn queue. Is definitely bigger. Oh, I never hooked up the timer, did I? I probably never hooked up the hot timer. Yeah, I never hooked up the timer. Which one do I do? All right. Let's see what happens. Oh. So that should not be happening. I think. Hold on. Count. Oh. Oh, that's fine. Oh, the bees are definitely not appearing where I want them to. That's a problem. Let's do this. On my levers, on the endpoint, let's add color rectangle. Just so I know where the endpoints are going. Okay. Interesting. Oh! Well, there's part of the problem. I never set the distance, did I? Script. Which means I actually want to redo this. Alright. That should set their positions correctly. And now I absolutely have to call stream very quickly. Y'all got a bonus half hour out of me. Right. Those are actually working correctly now. Hey! Chat, it's working! Hey! Chat! We have a swarm of bees! And they're all watching me. Out of curiosity, kill one. Good. And the outer ones move to the inside to fill in the gaps. Dude. Some of it's a little weird. But I think it's working. And like, I know the green dots are left over, but that's because they're unused at this point. And it's just a position recording, so let me redo that real quick. Like, I need to wrap this up in the next 10 minutes. Come on, Dum Dum, you can do it. What is Dum Dum attacking? Oh, hold on. I need to... I'm gonna restart, but let me... What is character attacking and seeing? Okay. Oh, maybe he was attacking the bee. I think I want the bees to be a little bit more tightly packed. Maybe not. Hold on. And do I like the fact that it's a circle as opposed to an oval? I think I want an oval. Okay. But I don't have time for that today, so... Test making these orbit oval. Do this in... Oh, wait. Oh. Because I'm doing rotation, as opposed to calculating positions myself. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do. All right. that is going to do it for today. So let's close this. Made some amazing progress, honestly. I am shocked that all of this actually got to the point of having bees appear in the world. I did not expect that today. I was absolutely positive that it was going to fall apart. And that it was going to take me like an extra day to fix all that stuff. So this is super cool. But I do have to run. So, everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so much. And above all, folks, I hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.